All right. Let me check this audio, make sure it's working. And we'll get into this. All seems well, so let's get into this today. Got the deck all clear, so I can throw several hours at this today. Speederman number 10, still working on this freaking base. So, first things first, I'm going to give this a varnish. I'm going to give this a varnish and then mask off where I can. Just paint. Actually, I think I should be able to make a pretty good dent in this thing today. So, let's take this over to the airbrush box. And I think I'm gonna go. Gloss varnish. Yeah, I'm gonna go Army Painter Gloss. This is not quite as glossy as the premium Vallejo gloss varnish, but the premium varnish takes a long time to cure. This only takes a few minutes. Towel. Actually, you know what? I don't need to be splitting the difference here between towels, but I think that's got resin on it. I can't remember. Yeah, paint rag. All right. What's up, Past Master Dan? Well, this bit of webbing, this bit over here was part of that model, part of that whole thing that came together. But I'm starting to get some colors on here. Today I'm gonna give this a varnish real quick, and then I'm gonna mask off what I can on the inside here and around the bottom. And then I'm gonna do an airbrush gradient on the big graffiti letters. Conceal that, and then go back in and start painting the board, like the main parts here on the back stuff. So still a lot more work to do. Then I'm gonna hit these squares, some of these little spots with some bright yellow, some demonic yellow, to give some of this base a little bit more something. Thinking about doing doing just an edge highlight on this explosion thing, but I don't know. I'm sick of looking at this base though. I'll tell you what, this thing has been a lot of freaking work. I know it doesn't look like much, but the edges and the way the stuff is kind of coming together and then just not being able to reach. I got something stuck in my teeth. Got it. Well, I can never use that toothpick again. But it'll be added to my little pile here. All right. What am I spraying at? 18. Let's turn that up just a smidge. It's just water. Get this needle moistened up a little bit. Now we can go in here. Yard painter gloss. Oh man, tell you what, I needed today. I'm so glad it's Saturday. Felt like this week was a month. I love this airbrush just from the range. Like you pull way back, it really just lets everything out. So it makes doing bulk work like this like super freaking fast. Of course, it also means your cup runs empty quicker too. But I do want these to be a little extra glossy. This is just to seal in the gradients and stuff so that if I make any mistakes, I can wipe it off. All right. That will get us through the next phase. it's a varnish. It's a Army Painter gloss, and then I'll also use this Vallejo Premium. This Vallejo Premium is really really good, but it takes longer to dry. So like when I'm in the middle of production, like I just need to seal. Like that layer was basically just to seal it so that if I make a mistake, I can wipe it off. For the final, I'll probably do a coat of this. This is a little higher quality, a little more reflective, especially with the gloss. Um, but it takes like several hours to cure, so this is an overnight deal. The Army Painter is great though for production work. Oh, sorry, I turned the loud ass exhaust off. I was yelling over it. Yes, so now I'm going to, actually I need to give this a bit of a gloss as well while I'm at it. Just to maintain the same surfaces. So yeah, give me just 1 second. Let me spray this guy with a little bit of gloss. The gloss does help with the color though. Like it was feeling really flat to me, but now that some light's bouncing off of it and I can see some edges, it's got a little more life to it now, which is nice. Turn my exhaust on. Wish there was another way to do this, but this part doesn't have any external place to be grabbed. Let me give this brush cleaning real quick. I need a work mat that says, if I'm not on camera, it's because I'm cleaning my airbrush. I should just make a little graphic and stick it in the bottom corner. 90% of painting is keeping your airbrush clean. That's not an accurate measurement, but you know what I'm saying. You just spend a significant amount of time just keeping the airbrush operational. But you know what they say, take care of your stuff and your stuff will take care of you. And I do love this thing, so I'm gonna take care of it. Let that soak. I'll be back to this in just a minute, probably. No sense in doing a deep cleaning. All right, that is going to need a few minutes to dry. So we're going to set that aside. Let's get this sprayed with an ash gray. Yeah, so I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna give this an ash gray, and then cold white dry brush, I think. Where you at, cold white? Yeah. So that's gonna be my webbing. Trying to paint this thing's a pain in the ass too, but we're gonna see what happens. Take it over to the booth. having a hard time just relaxing. I feel like I've been on edge all week. Just had crazy projects going on and, you know, not enough time to do them. I'm trying to get everything done so I can take the week of Thanksgiving off. So that means I'm just trying to cram a whole bunch of work in right now. And I've been going 90 miles an hour all week. I had to take the day off. I was like, I mean, I just have to for my own mental health. And I'm pretty good about regulating my, work-life balance and all that shit. But this week was exceptionally busy, and so yeah, glad to be done and painting this instead. I need to get this thing finished so I can move on to the next statue for my son, and then my holiday statues will be complete. I think I'm gonna when I make this little summary video, it's probably gonna be a short one. Yeah, extremely crunched. Yeah, so now I'm having a hard time just like, getting into it again, like just trying to unwind. I feel myself like holding my breath all the time, and so try to unwind during this paint session. That's my goal. So for this, I think I'm gonna just hold it by this little cluster on the inside. Or should I hold it by this root down here? Maybe I hold it by the root. Get everything else done, and then I can, by the time I'm down here, it should be dry up there, and then I can switch. But painting this thing is gonna be a bit of a mess. I actually may just do it from the bottom up. I guess I need to get down in there. It's kind of the whole point. So I'm going to be dry brushing it. Pressure's too high. I also keep forgetting that with this new airbrush, the pressure does not have to be as high. Sorry, my mic keeps flopping around. Running out. Oh no. Ah, that sucks. Not a major loss, but dang it.
Look at that happen. Oh, come on. All right. Almost. One more pass. That's good enough of that. It's got a nice warm gray to it. It's dry. All right. This hairbrush cleaned.
my air compressor, the little water trap on the front, the valve is rusted and it doesn't quite close all the way. So there's pressure escaping from my compressor, which sucks. Not a huge deal, but it's not cool either. Rotate it a little bit. Maybe I can break some of the rust up. Oh, that's a project for another time. All right. That's good. I'm gonna get some. Let's paint the trim on this while we let everything else kind of set for a second. Where's my phone? Alright, well this doesn't have to be exact. But I'm just trying to checking the where these little highlight lines are. I'll do something similar to that. Gonna be a red and Phoenix Flame. I should do the red first. I should do the Phoenix Flames first, because that way red will cover over it if I need to adjust. I'm not painting the entirety of the outside of the thing. I think that'll be too much. I'm just going to go right along the tops. They designed this with a very, very thin kind of rim around the lettering. Of course, this is three-dimensional, so it's got sides too. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to paint the sides. I think that'll just be too much. I just want it to be a subtle hint. So you're just going to ever so gently a bigger brush than that. I want to not have to reload my brush every 2 minutes. I mean, every 2 seconds. 2 minutes is reasonable. This yellow is probably not even really going to show up against this black. Like, right along that edge. Oh, my hands are shaky. You can barely see it. That's good. That's kind of what I want. Just a very, very thin little hairline. Let's see. So we're just kind of on the top. Yeah, this statue is proving to be a bit of a challenge for me. I'm not comfortable with the colors, way too bright for my taste. And also the amount of like little details in this thing are nuts. But yeah, it's not like I could have done this any faster. What's up, DL? Nice. Yeah, you're definitely gonna want to get. You got to be able to wash your prints and cure them after they're done printing. I use a little Anycubic wash and cure station. It's a little small, arguably, so it depends on what you're doing with it. But if you're trying to print big stuff, you know, there are larger solutions. But something like that's a good idea. And then just like, you know, your IPA. Buy a couple gallons of that. Do I got a video? No. Sorry. The M looks like it goes about right there, across to here. Like that. Maybe even down a smidge. Yeah, yeah, you're gonna need more than a small bottle. Like I buy it by the gallon on Amazon. They sell like there's like a 5 gallon thing where you get like 5 individual gallon bottles, and that'll do you for a couple years. Um, but you're gonna need a way to wash your prints in a bigger tank. I mean, you could just put it into like a tub, like a big Tupperware container or something like that, or a big storage container, and just let them kind of soak, and then use like a toothbrush or something, and then kind of scrub a little bit. You gotta agitate them. That's the key. That's the trick. They need to be agitated inside of the alcohol. So um, you can do it manually, like I said, with a brush, like a toothbrush or something. But a little wash and cure station, will definitely do you some good. Like I said, I use an Anycubic wash and cure. And it was good. It's good for a starter. I definitely need to upgrade. I'm kind of feeling it because my prints are getting bigger, and so yeah, especially if I'm going to be doing some quarter scale stuff. These little edges are kind of hard to hit because they pitch away, like outwards a little bit. Yeah, okay, yeah, that'll work. That'll do you for temporary, for a little while. But like I said, highly recommend a little wash and cure station. Yeah, because then you got to be able to cure it too, and setting it out in the sun. I mean, that'll do, but it takes hours. Like it takes a long time. I like to cure my cure station. I cure them for about 10 minutes or so. That's probably too long. Sorry. What's up, Jeffro? Yeah, I mean, a UV flashlight is going to be difficult, and please make sure you're wearing UV goggles because if the light is bouncing, if you're seeing the light, if you're seeing the UV light, it's bouncing off the model and hitting you right in the eye. So please make sure you're wearing UV goggles if you're going to be doing a hand cure with a flashlight, and that'll be good for getting into like little nooks and crannies. But you really got to give it, a couple minutes. And it doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're holding a flashlight for 2 minutes, it ends up you're gonna want to do something about that later. Just get a UV just get a UV light from Amazon. You can get them really super cheap. And then I've seen people take a like a big tote, like a big rubber tote thing, line it with aluminum foil so your light bounces around. They cut a hole in the top, stick the UV light in there, and then you got a big ass tub that you can put your stuff in to cure it, super quick. And you can do that for cheap. I mean, you can probably get that whole thing for $25, even cheaper if you get a super cheap tub, or just go to like Goodwill or something. Maybe you'll find a UV light at Goodwill or thrift store or some shit. So I mean, you could definitely do it on the cheap that way, and then you'll know your parts are nice and cured. So anyway, DL, I hope that helps, man. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, and just go on YouTube and just Google, how to make a resin curing station, how to make a resin washing station. You'll find all sorts of solutions. And when you really get into it, when you really get a nice setup going, oh good, I'm glad that helps. But yeah, when you really get a good setup going, like I have a set of kind of really thick rubber gloves for my plating and deplating of parts. I only use these little neoprene gloves when I paint, um, just for the camera, but also just so that I'm not getting shit all over the model, transferring the oil from my fingers. This is when you need the tactile. This is when you need uh, the ability to feel more about like what you're doing, the sensitivity. But whenever you're just working with your resin and you're just taking stuff off the plate or whatever, loading things up, I use like thick rubber like chemical gloves. That way I can just reuse them. I can just keep them hanging in my resin cabinet, and you're not burning through so many resources that way. Um, Make sure you're in a ventilated area. I'm sure you've done all your safety stuff on that. But I would highly recommend making your own like vented enclosure. I just used an old IKEA cabinet, cut a hole in the side of it so I could run a 4-inch duct out and then out of a window. And then I use one of those GrowTent, the GrowTent air filter things, air pumps. It's got a timer and all that jazz. And so yeah, my resin cabinet vents to the outdoors that way. And I mean, it doesn't have to be like airtight, because those ventilation systems are meant to clear out like much bigger spaces than a little box, a little cabinet. So you could go and seal the edges with rubber or whatever you really really wanted to. I think that it vacates it quick enough that nothing's getting out. So yeah, just take proper precautions. And it's the thing people don't know about resin is that it's not like you don't just like instantly feel bad. When you're exposed to resin, it takes a while to build up. It takes years, from what I've been told, of like resin exposure to where your body won't tolerate it anymore, and you can develop a rash, or some people breathing problems because if it's in the air or whatever. So anyway, you don't want any of that shit to happen. So make sure you're taking the precautions. Because whether you believe in the science or not, science is real, and it will beat your ass. And if you're like me, you want to be doing this for as long as you can, so you have to stick around. There's another reason why I got the sanding enclosure, because whenever you're sanding your parts, um, unless you're wet sanding and keeping the dust down, you really should be wearing a respirator. And because those little particles in the air, no joke. And and it's a lot. Like it'll make a lot more resin dust than you think when you're sanding. And so yeah, the little enclosure helps prevent the let's right across that end. Okay. The sanding enclosure just eliminates the need for goggles and for a respirator. So that was why I got that upgrade pretty quickly, especially after I got that grinding pen. That grinding pen just obliterates resin. Like, it really does a good job on it. And so yeah, you need to be able to get that shit out of the air as quickly as you can. And it took me a couple years to get to the point where I like had a good workflow, you know. Took me like I said, it did took me a couple years to really find a setup that, you know, worked for me, worked for my space, for what I wanted to do with it. Was, you know, financially viable. It wasn't cheap, but it also is not like the most expensive setup in the world either. I also have a couple other things that are just for my own mental health. Like I got a VOC filter, like air filter, that I run whenever I'm working, just to clean the VOCs out of the air. It's like some kind of virgin microcarbon micro charcoal capture filter thing, like 7 stages. Like it's no joke. And then of course, you know, things like my little paint shaker and my grinding pen, all that jazz. I like having all the toys. Yeah, you can do this on the cheap. I mean, I've seen people do it. You know, you just have to be a little more creative with it, and just figuring out. But I mean, that's the basic parts. I mean, the washing cure station, you know, the printer with an enclosure. If you're going to be airbrushing indoors, you know, or in a non-ventilated space, you need to vent your airbrush box too. At least capture the particles. You don't have to vent it to the outside, but have a filter that'll catch the majority of the paint particles for overspray. It'd be easier to go in from a different angle. Well, I mean, you know, I didn't start off like this, you know. I mean, this is several years in the making, man. So, you know, just do it because you love it, and you'll be happy no matter what the outcome. That's what I say. That's actually something I'm pretty sensitive about, is like making sure that I'm still just enjoying the hobby and not feeling like it's a grind, you know. I don't want this to be another job. So if my channel ever just goes dark on YouTube, it's just because I just, you know, if I hit a threshold where it becomes problematic or troublesome or worrisome or whatever, or if it sucks any enjoyment out of this whatsoever, then I'm gonna stop. Because I just enjoy this hobby too much. But also, I'm discovering that I really enjoy talking with you people.
while I'm doing it. It's kind of fun. It's like lonely is the wrong word, but it's like less alone. If that makes sense? Because I'm not lonely at all. Like I love my solitude. I love, just being independent. It's just the way I grew up or whatever. But at the same time, it's nice to be able to have this kind of, well, it's kind of a one-way, not one way, but it's kind of a easy way to communicate while I'm in the middle of doing something that I enjoy doing. Kind of reminds me of like when I was in high school. We had the art building was like a separate, like, little house on campus. I don't know what it was originally, but it was a house for some reason, like a full on house. And I think maybe it just got absorbed. It was somebody owned it when the people bought the land for the school. Anyway, it was really nice to be able to go in there into the art house while people were working on their projects and chit-chatting and, asking questions and getting advice. And so it's been really cool being able to replicate that, in my old age, my old man days. And I really enjoy making these. I'm making the streams, and I enjoy making the videos. Actually, I mean, part of my job, my day job, I do a lot of video editing. Not a lot, but on occasion, a couple times a month, I'll have some video editing projects. And so this is a nice way to apply my, professional skill to my hobby. And if I can get YouTube to pay me some cash while I'm doing it, then let's go. I will do that shit all day. I wish I could do it for a living. That would be cool. I'm not trying to make it my goal because I don't know if that's realistic or not. And I know if it is, it's still going to take a couple years. I'm still at the very, very beginning of this whole YouTube business. But yeah, if I can make it work, I will make it work. Oh, I work for well, it was a little design agency here in Atlanta, but it was purchased by a conglomerate. So, but it's cool. I mean, I get to do web development and other little creative kind of stuff. Keeps me pretty well entertained, and I make a pretty decent buck doing it. So we'll bring that A down. But yeah, it would be super cool if I could, like I said, be able to paint statues for a living without having. I don't want to turn into a statue factory either. I had thought about going that route, actually selling statues, making and selling statues. I thought about doing it, but maybe later that might be a thing. But right now, I don't want to. I don't like the idea of somebody waiting around, for this thing to come for me. Like that puts a weird pressure on me. All right, you can't even see that with that gloss on there, but there's just a little bit of a outline there. But now I have to do the same thing, but in red. So we're gonna go in here with this Dragon Red. I wish that would be an awesome job. My job is significantly less cool. But I am working on a challenging project right now. It's not like overly taxing. It's just like the right amount of taxing. You know what I mean? Like it's just the right amount of. I'm not 100% sure of how to do it, but I'm confident I will be able to figure it out, kind of deal. And so I got about another week on that. Which after I have a little bit of a break today, I'll be ready to. Or this weekend, I'll be able to get back into it with full-throatedness on Monday. So that's fun. I like that kind of stuff. I hate it when it's just like boring, repetitive nonsense, which is sometimes is, the job of the day. But I would much rather have light coding challenges. It makes the day go by faster. Let's just put it that way. But this week I just had too many days going by fast in a row to it just made it feel like it was a month. Well, this is going slow. Yeah, it's subtle, but is a little something. See if I can speed this up a little bit. Because of the glossiness of the black, it's hard to see when I'm making contact. Yep. Painting Miles is actually going to be really super fast. I mean, not super, super fast, but basically just I'm going to do some highlights on his muscles, gloss them, or do a satin varnish, then gloss the black parts is the gloss varnish, and then the red trim and the whites of his eyes. There's no portrait, there's no hair, there's no eyes. So this statue is all about the base. And I love the Wicked guys, but man, they know how to make a base on a statue. That's for dang sure. I think that's why they started giving like simple base options. I've noticed on like that beast statue, there's like a sentinel head option. Then there's one where he's just standing on a metal platform. I'm probably going to end up doing that one just because I don't have a lot of space in my cabinet. And Beast is going to be, well, he's going to be a beast. So, yeah. So I may end up doing the simple base option. Like I said, I'm glad it's an option because sometimes these bases get to be a little bit much. Almost done. And then that base, the varnish should be dry. Keep going at it from this angle. That. my paint too much. All right, I think that'll do. Guys, I don't even know if you can see that on camera. It's just a very subtle little, subtle little lining around the edge there. Is that white? How did I miss that whole side there? Alright, well, I'm going to need to go back in here and do some black. Missed that whole last side. So, a little bit of gloss black now. want to make sure that at least from the side angles, you're not seeing any missed spots. Because I mean, to be honest, the craziness of this geometry, there's just spots in here that I could not paint. Oh, excuse me, sorry. All right, that's good enough. Oh yeah, well, what's up, Buicky? Is that what that says? Yeah, I mean, I'll be putting together a summary, like a summary video of all the stuff I'm doing. That's for sure. All right, let's throw a little cold white on this web, this webby business. Oh, I need a big towel. All right. Oh yeah. Always wet your bristles just a little bit when you're dry brushing, so it's not totally dry. Otherwise, the paint won't come off your bristles and it'll end up looking kind of chalky. So if you give them just a little bit of dampness, then that helps. Start the back. This is really just to give the webbing a little bit of a dimension, you know. So they're not just a flat white.
Needs just a smidge more, I think. It's a little dark. Still a little on the dark side. Go one more pass. All right, that's good. Yeah, it's got a little bit of got some texture, so it doesn't feel so flat. But now I gotta clean this. I gotta clean this brush out. Alcohol. I like to use a little isopropyl alcohol to clean my dry brushes, just to make sure they get nice and clean. And sometimes cleaning with white, or trying to clean white out of a brush, a little more problematic, just because you can't really see when it's clean. So I end up having to use my colored towel here to kind of spot check. Just give it a good soaking, and a little bit of white up in there still. Super, super important to get the you keep your dry brushes clean, because any paint that dries up in there will make your future dry brushing a little chunky. Nobody wants that. All right. Yeah, I can even use it to wipe the paint off my glove, which is kind of nice. Alrighty, now that's done. Let's get this up here out of the way. Thanks, John. Now, what is going to be the easiest way to mask off in there? Some tape. So keep that part. Actually, no, where's my putty? A big old ball of Plastitac. Oh, come on, it's stuck to the bottom. Come on. Thank you. All right. Tear off a little chunk. All right, so we need this. Hey, thanks for the sub, John. I appreciate that. Yeah, I will be, after I get done with a project, I put together a little summary video, and I will have that on the channel hopefully in the next week, but if I can get the statue finished up today, or not today, but at least this weekend. I think that's doable. I don't know. There's a lot of detail back here to paint. Little nubs and stuff. It's going to be a bitch to do this afternoon, but we're going to see what happens. So for now, let's see.
bit of water just to and press this down in there and move it around without it sticking to the tool. Alright, so you guys can see this or not, but I'm just taking this blast attack and putting it in place in here so I can keep some of this stuff masked off when I go to do the airbrush next. Yeah, because I'm wondering how am I gonna get there and tape that? And because I can't fill the whole gap, I can't fill the whole void in here with putty, obviously, but trying to reach in there with tape is also not feasible either. So I'm just gonna have to, I can block most of it like that. Alright, take that back. I think I should be able to block most of that. And if there's any overspray, then at least it's falling on solid color. So I should be able to paint around it, paint over it if I need to. All right, if I don't go ham on it in there, just do some really light spray, should be able to manage that.
Yeah, this Plastitac is really, really good stuff for masking, particularly in areas like this where it's really difficult to get in. And that's way too much. It's the correct shape. It's way too much. Mash that out some. That's more like it. Thanks, man. It's coming together. Right here is where I'll put some tape there because that's nice and flat and I can get to that. It is very slow. This base is a lot. It doesn't look like it's a lot, but it's a lot. This tape is too big. Let's see. It's thinner tape.
can't get my big fat fingers in here. It's so close. Nope, I missed. Come on. Oh, it's because this stuff is in the way. Last attack is snagging it. There we go. Now I can get to it. Could not figure out what the heck was going on. It wouldn't. A little static charge or something. Causing the tape to not want to move correctly. And then, of course, I dropped my toothpick. No. solid anyway, so I can go ahead and cover up all that. Come on, tape. Work with me here. Ah, there you go. Set that down like that. There we go. Oh yeah, that's gonna be all pink anyway. Wait, no, is it? No, that's graffiti. That's okay, it's underneath. They're not gonna really see it.
accidental ASMR. I always prepare way too much. Excuse me. A little bit more. I just don't want to accidentally hit any of this purple up here. Well, I suppose I don't really need to jam it down in there. I can just put it over top of the whole web. So I can spray in there. Get a little bit more up there on that purple. Okay. I should get this purple here just in case I go a little high with it. Although that's not the end of the world if I gotta touch it up, because it's just solid color. But also I am sick and tired of painting this purple, so we're gonna try to save as much of it as we can. Actually, that would be better to do with putty. That little board right there is going to be hand painted, so I can cover over that. Now that's going to be pink. I don't really need to worry about that. Patch up that little bit, close up that little area right there, just in case something bad happens. I need to leave enough room so that I can spray in there. But I need to seal off all the areas where I don't want paint to go.
that is proving to be problematic. All right, that'll do it. Oh wait, kind of covered that one little piece of orange right there. Ink. That. And I just want to hit these raised spots. All right, that should be good. That's controllable, I think. All right, take a little health and safety break now that I got that mask done, and then I can get back to paint this graffiti. So give me just a few minutes. I'll be right back.
All right. Let's do the thing. So I found, I probably can't see it because of the brightness. But anyway, I found some good source material here. If I darken my screen down, does that make a difference? Oh, it does actually. Yeah, there you go. So that's basically what I'm going for over here. So it's got the same basic colors. So I mean, they're not dead on, but they're pretty fucking close. So I happen to find this bit of reference material, and I'm just gonna follow it. So I'm gonna go with this bright green down to this poison cloud for the gradient, and then I'm gonna put everything on a bed of this fuchsia, which is a little darker than the source material, but this is also what I used on the logo, so it's very, very close. It's in the same range. Might be a little darker, but that's okay. And then all the little accent bits and bubbles I'll do in blue and orange and yellow. So yeah, should be good. So right now, I think I'm gonna lay on, the poison cloud's at the bottom. So I'm gonna go ahead and do the tough part. I'm gonna lay on the poison cloud on the bottom half, and then I'll probably go up a little bit because I have a little more access to the top. So then I'll do the dark on top of that. So then just blend it. Kind of give it more of a. I'll blend it pretty evenly, I think. Anyway, see what I can do. So poison cloud over to the airbrush box. And for this, we're going to need to be very, 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 very careful. A lot of precision spray. Army Painter, Poisonous Cloud. Does that focus? Can't tell. Anyway, good enough. I'm gonna make some brush here. Yeah, I've been so nervous to do this until I found that bit of reference material, and I'm still not comfortable with it, but I'm gonna follow the reference and just assume that it's going to be okay. Because I can't delay any longer. Go ahead and mix up a pretty good amount of this, just so I don't have to dick around with it. Alright, I got Poisonous Cloud coming out my airbrush. Let's do this. Turn the pressure down even more. There it is. Alright. That's a fun color. I've used this for like OSL and, you know, little minor glows and stuff. I've never used it just like a big application like this. So I've never seen it at such size. It really settles into a nice green once it starts to dry. All right. Now we're going to go on with a little green. Actually, let me hit that right there. Just a little bit more. Still see some orange. A couple spots where it pulled up on me a little bit. Here at the end, I used a slightly more diluted paint right there, so a little liquidy. All right, there we go. It gets a little liquidy. I need to let that dry for a second though while I make this a little thicker. One more orange spot. Got a big drip right there. Patch that up. Almost dry. Am I Canadian? No, I am not. Although, sometimes I wish I was. air bubble in there. All right. Let's give that a second to dry. And we're gonna hit it with some green, the bright camo variety. Oh, let's turn that exhaust off. That is loud business. All right. So now we're gonna try this German camo bright green Vallejo. It's like I wanted something kind of a dark green, but not like too dark. We're gonna see where this bright green is. I decided to mark this bottle while I had it in my hand. Yeah, I decided to go to start marking the tops of my bottles while I'm in the middle of using them, and then that way eventually I'll have them all marked, or I'll have at least a clear idea of what paints I use most and which ones I don't. Alright, so German camo green, let's do this. Now the next thing I have to decide is how far down I want this green to go. So the words are like this. So I think it's going to be somewhere along the middle there. Let's start at the top and work my way down. Something like that. Looks pretty good. All right, I think that looks pretty good, right? I mean, I'm no Banksy, but as far as graffiti goes, I feel like that's a good that's a nice green. Man, this paint job is crazy. I'm gonna clean out my airbrush, give that a couple minutes to dry. Let that dry, and then I will take the mask off, and then I think I'm brush painting the rest. Well, actually, I got to varnish it, so I'll take the mask off, check the paint, see if I need to touch it up. Then I'll varnish it. And while that's drying, I'll start painting the board on the other side. A lot of paint still in there. Alright, I think I got it all out now. Well, maybe not. Just back flooded it, and there's some more in there. Let me give this needle a cleaning. Pull it out through the front. Oh yeah, that needle is totally caked with paint. See it. Well, I tell you what, I'm happy that that decision is made. Because I really did not know what to do about that graffiti. Now, the reference material also has like slightly, there's these little specular highlights that have been added. And I don't know if I want to do that. But because I'd have to freehand it, and I can't get up inside of the get underneath that webbing there. so I wouldn't be able to complete the look. You know what I mean? So that's my only hedge on that. All right, now she's clean. Now she's clean, by God. Oh, I did not mean to take out the whole chamber. Hold on, I took the whole body out. Let's drop this very clean needle back through. Give it a little bit of alcohol lube to get anything else out of there. Go. Clean as a whistle. Let's get this cup clean. Like I said, for you beginners out there getting into airbrushing, just know that you're going to spend like a big chunk of time just keeping your airbrush clean, and there's nothing you can do about it. It just comes with the territory, because you absolutely do not want to let paint dry in your airbrush. So it is a time sensitive task that has to be done at the time that it has to be done, no matter what you personally want to do, unless you just want to fuck up your airbrush. I would not recommend that. Especially once you get paint up in the shaft, like once it dries up in there, you could disassemble it and soak it in airbrush cleaner, overnight or for a couple hours. That might work, but once that trigger starts getting kind of sticky, that's it. Because some parts you just can't get down in there and scrub, so you just have to try to hopefully soak it out and hope for the best. All right, we are 11 minutes into hour 3 on this Saturday. All right, let's get this mask off and seal it. I'm gonna need some tweezers. We're gonna need some curly tweezers here. And I got a toothpick somewhere over here, I think. Usually do. Yep, there's one. Toothpicks come in handy. Little pro tip. Always keep toothpicks around. See, there's some paint. See if I can rub it off without losing any blue. Yep, it's green.
And that, kids, is why we varnish our seal. I don't see any of that anyway. It's going to be behind the freaking spider web. Which actually, I suppose that should be my litmus. I should go ahead and put the spider web in front, sort of see what shows and what doesn't, so I know I'm wasting my time or not. Yep, a little bit of overspray comes right off. Maybe some of the gloss comes up with it, but ain't no big thing. I keep a little toothpick tip taped to the inside of my Plasti-Tac container, because you never know when you're going to need it. But yeah, I freaking love this stuff. It's so good for so many things. That's some spray right there. A little bit of overspray is fine, but that was, what was it? Chunky mess. But that looks much better. Well, there's nothing like putty fishing. There's a couple of chunks still stuck up in there, so keep a little chunk. Stick it on the end here. Use that to pull out the rest. Also another reason why I like Plasti-Tack masking. However, when you need straight flat lines, I mean, you can't beat tape for that. I think they're both have their usage. I just hated it. I think I disliked masking early on because I was using the wrong kind of tape. Now that I've got this yellow, it's not painter's tape, it's pinstriper tape, and pinstriper tape is more fibrous, so it's more flexible. Like masking tape, I guess because of the way it's made, it's just like a solid material all the way through, so it doesn't want to, like a solid sheet of paper as a base, so it doesn't want to flex. But the pinstriper tape, because it's fibrous, it flexes a lot easier, so it goes around corners and little tight spaces. It handles that much better. So if you're having trouble masking, I would recommend picking up some pinstriper tape, specifically pinstriper tape. And it comes in different widths. I mean, and for the 1/6 size scale, for the 1/6 scale, I mean, you really need a bunch of different widths to mess with anyway, right? Like sometimes you're gonna need bigger stuff. All right. Let's get another coat of gloss on there. Because I mean the Vallejo, the Army Painter gloss isn't super glossy. Like it's not catching a whole lot of light, but it's more than the semi-gloss, but not as much as the premium from Vallejo. So my final coats are always going to be the Vallejo premiums. So I'm just going to use actually, what am I doing? I need to keep that over there. So I'm just going to use the Army Painter gloss, just like I did for the other part. Let's go do that real quick so that it can be drying. Army Painter gloss.
Trying to make sure to hit the side walls of the graffiti because I got to go in there and paint that bottom pink. And if I hit the sides, then I want to be able to take it off. All right, you guys watch that dry? I'm gonna clean this airbrush again. Should just be rinsed. That's all I had in there was the that gloss varnish, but that's the thing with the gloss varnish. You can never tell when it's empty. You can never tell when it's truly clean because you can't tell when its stuff starts coming out. So I'm just gonna run some water through it a couple times. Keep some water in here. All right. All right, now we're going to go in here with some of this Spellbound Fuchsia. That's what I'm going to do this board in. When I say board, I just mean this flat piece here and here where the graffiti's sticking off. Like that, that's what I call the board. And you got another board over here where that other stuff is coming off. I need quite a bit of that, so let's go ahead and mix up a good chunk. Liquidy.
more like it.
All right. Here's my number 3. Or 3 not even big enough? Should I go with a 4? I can use this to do the trim anyway. Get up against the edge. After I adjust my seat. Ah, there we go. No. Shit. Still at it, man. Getting there though. Making some progress. Check out the graffiti color. I think once I get the fuchsia around it and add some other little stuff, I think it's gonna look good.
Yeah, this thing has been this has been crazy to paint. The model is pretty simple, really, but it's just got so many little details that just like, and they're so hard to get to. Yeah, Miles is going to be super easy. Basically, I'm gonna do a little dark blue gray to highlight his muscles. Then I'm gonna gloss, or I'm gonna uh, then I'm just gonna do a satin varnish over the whole thing, and then I'm gonna add a gloss varnish to the shiny parts that I want to make shiny black, and then do the red, and then that's it. Yeah, Miles should be super easy, especially compared to this freaking base, man. Still at it. But I'm actually making progress, so that feels good. I was stuck for a long time on that whole on that graffiti. I just wasn't sure what color I wanted it to be, and this is not my strong suit. Like this bright mix of colors is not something I am comfortable with. So, but once I found a good go by, like a good example to use for rough color palette that was kind of doing what I was already doing, it got a lot easier. Yeah, I'm trying to. Once I get this fuchsia, on this side with the yeah, it's gonna look really good. So pretty excited about that. Right now, I'm just gonna paint this board this fuchsia color. That will tie it all together. Need a bigger brush. But I want it to be a round brush, so I can get in there and do some business. 4, is that be big enough? The 6.
At least now I feel better about handling it because I've got a good coat of gloss on there. So I'm gonna have to two coat this anyway, so I guess there's no sense in trying to be too picky. I like to start on the underside on the back so that I can kind of get warmed up a little bit. See what I'm messing, get a feel for what I'm dealing with before I get around to the spots where it counts. I'm slapping it on now. I need to be more careful. Some of this paint away. This is going to take a minute.
Keep on trying there, Jeffro. Keep on trying. Persistence is the key, Jeffro. Persistence. You don't give up on those dreams, all right, bud? See, this kind of fades up into that. I think that all needs to be, and apparently I've already started on that. I'm just painting this whole fucking thing. The way all this is like interlocking, it's hard to tell where one thing begins and another thing ends, and it's all just kind of running together anyway. So I'm just gonna make it all one color for right now, and then we'll sort it out later. Oh, that's better.
Ugh, this is a pain in the buttocks. Right. Come back. Oh, wow. It's gonna be. Come back around for some details and some touch-ups. Second coat. Alright, gotta put this down so I can rest my hand. All right, I gotta have some light over here. Can't see when I'm getting to the threshold of the base. Well, this is a big old poopsicle. I need bendy brushes. I need brushes with hooks in them. I mean, all my brushes have hooks in them, but I mean, I need significant bends. I can work around these corners and edges. Well, this is fun.
Just jamming paint in here, blindly and wildly, with wanton abandon and recklessness. Fruit fly in there. Right? Yeah, this is some craziness. I think it's going to look good in the end, though. Once I start painting all these little bits to kind of start tying everything together, I think it's going to look all right. At least I hope. I said the color palette on this thing was actually, for several days, just giving me a really hard time. I just could not decide. Yeah, I'm using, well, for the graffiti part, that was the part that I was mainly trying to figure out. And so I found this like reference color photo that was very close. You can see sort of how it's starting to come together. So yeah, this was very close to what I was trying to do. So I think this is a good example, a good place for me to start. That gave me the confidence to do it. But just mixing in the colors from the from the movie and trying to emulate some of that wildness. It's definitely a color palette, that's for sure. There's a lot happening on this base. Because I mean, that movie was just all about the color use, and it was fucking beautiful. It was amazing, actually. Not even gonna try to downplay that because they did an amazing job. But trying to replicate that digital color with these paints is not easy. So I'm just kind of taking my best swing at it. This is definitely outside my wheelhouse, though. I don't know what that is, but I'll take it. As long as if you can say that it looks like something in the real world that somebody would actually choose to paint the colors, then that means I'm not just too far off base. Oh, definitely have to second coat this. It is. There's a whole lot happening, and I'm not even close to done yet. All these little all these little bits and bobbles. I gotta paint all those little things. Right now I'm just giving everything the base coat of this fuchsia so I can make sure to get the base, the board, totally covered. Gotta kind of jam it down in there. So we're gonna see what happens. Some of these big chunks are gonna be changed to a slightly different color, but I don't know what yet. So right now I'm just gonna give everything a couple coats of this fuchsia to start, and then I'll start picking it apart. Trying to identify, because some of this stuff like ramps up and layers on top, so I have to either figure out a way to do like a color shift, which I could do, you know, with some little dots or something. I can make it fun. But yeah. I'm gonna do a couple coats of this, get it nice and tidy. Then I'll start adding all the colors onto this side. Like trying to paint on a Plinko board. All the little pegs sticking up are causing my bristles to go in all different directions. I know it looks pretty junky right now, kids, but trust the process. Take it easy, Past Master Dan. Ugh. This is freaking impossible. A smaller brush. Touch up those. that's just gonna have to be as good as that's gonna get, because I can't get down in there any farther. Maybe mix up some more. I appreciate your sacrifice, Chef Ro. Take one for the team. Whew. Slow moving right through here.
It is a lot of crazy colors. Got a lot going on. And I'm not even done yet. I don't want to risk the incurring the wrath of Chuck Norris or his marketing team. That's funny. We might get away with that one. At least we'll have plausible deniability. No, Your Honor, I don't know what you mean. That can be interpreted any number of ways.
Just because you knew we were talking about Chuck Norris without actually saying Chuck Norris. Whose fault is that? I blame society, Your Honor. Yeah, I don't think the judge is going to accept the Jar Jar Binks defense. I mean, we could try. I don't have the exhaust ventilating out. I mean, I suppose I could, but the filter is catching the. I have like a triple layer filter, so it's catching all the paint particles. But I should ventilate it to the outside. I was just lazy, and I don't see a need for it really, because um, I said the I've got triple layer filtration on that thing, so should be catching most of it. If I was doing like airbrushing all day every day, like all the freaking time, I would probably be more concerned about it. But you can see I don't do all that much airbrush. I mean, I do a fair amount of airbrushing, but at this level, I'm not like in an airbrush box like all day every day, where it would actually be doing a whole lot of damage. I don't think it can't be doing that much damage. Now my resin cabinet, I don't dick around with that. I make sure that is ventilated outside, because I know that shit will make you not have a nice day.
All right. I gotta go. Another coat. I gotta start doing all the little detail work. Gotta start doing it over here on this side. But I am tired. I don't think I got any more left in me. Coming up on 4, almost 5 hours. So at the very least, I should take a break. Actually, you know what? Let me take give me 5, 10 minutes. Let me stretch my legs, grab a beverage, visit a restroom, and I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna see if I can rejuice myself. See if I can find a second wind here, so I can keep trucking. Because I'm making some good progress, and at the very least, I could do a second coat. That's pretty mindless. So give me a few minutes. Check on the wife. She's with some friends at a crafting. They're doing some crafty things for the holidays, I think. No messages, so no news is good news. So yeah, give me a few minutes and I'll be right back. So I decided I'm gonna give it like about another hour, and then I'll probably be ready for some dinner. I'm not too hungry right at the moment, but I'll give it another hour or so. So gonna redo all this with a second coat, hopefully faster than the first time. Matter of fact, I'll use a big square brush just to really slap it in there. And we back. So you have another hour to regale me with Chuck Norris jokes, should you so desire. I'm gonna paint this whole thing one color, and I will sort that shit out later. But at least it'll all start from the same. So in case I miss something, it's all covered. That's a good fact. That was a good one. What? I need a smaller square brush. I heard a Chuck Norris joke the other day. What was it? In the early '90s, Chuck Norris decided to sell his urine in a can, and we know that product as Red Bull. Oh, you're doing a Vegeta? That's cool. Yeah, man, send them. I need to look at my messages more often than I do. I've got some unread YouTube comments and all kinds of stuff. Get behind in that thing. Yeah, these painting around these little doodads is making this go slow. All right. All right, now I'm just splunking. I can't see shit. All right. I think that is probably a good stopping point. Because I got to paint in there, and that is going to be some extremely detailed work. So I do not want to attempt that tonight. It has been a long, long day. But tomorrow, you can see a lot happening tomorrow. I'll get that on there. That same fuchsia around the graffiti over here. That'll kind of help balance everything out. I'll start adding some little pops of color into this board over here, and there's some couple little graffiti elements and stuff. Paint that spider web. Checking these little crazy highlights. It does add a little bit of something. You can sort of see it. And then I want to paint. I think I want to do a couple of these little squares in probably this lemon yellow. Maybe I'll try it as like a highlight first, just to highlight a couple edges. I'm still thinking about going in and hitting a couple of the edges in here, but then, like I said, I think that by the time I get the web on there, yeah, you're not going to be able to see much. That is a crazy amount of color down there. Yeah, I know it's all solid blocks right now, and this web isn't complete yet. There's still going to be a little bit of... It's still going to break up a little bit in there, but... What's that one up on the inside there? Yeah, so I have to make sure all these little webs are seated. And I gotta do the final. Take it easy, DL. Yeah, that's a crazy amount of color in this base. It looks awesome though. By the time I pull some green over here and pull the fuchsia over there, it's gonna look good. All right, I'm just staring at this thing. Ouch. I am glad that I opted to not do these little web shooter things because it would just been sticking out way too far. So I am definitely glad I chose to just close his hands. Yeah, I'm happy with those greens too. I think it looks cool. Alright, that's enough staring. I'm tired. I'm gonna go find some food and watch a movie or something. Enjoy the rest of my night. So, thanks for hanging out. I hope you're digging the paint job as much as I am. And catch you tomorrow. I will be on tomorrow for sure, working on this thing because I'm getting a little more comfortable and happy with it, so I think we can get this thing finished up soon. Anyway, yeah, I will catch you on the next stream. Take it easy.